interactive session, and it is entitled for the Bibliometrix An R tool for comprehensive science mapping analysis. So by the end of the session, we will share a feedback link. So be appreciated if you fill it, and we will share the registration link as well. If you would please register your detail. So let us, Dr. Al-Hamza, are you with us? I think Dr. Al-Hamza disconnected. Let us wait for a second, still here rejoining. Yes, he's back.
Yeah, I think the internet problem here. It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay now. So could you please just, okay. So we would like to welcome you to the board, Dr. Al-Hamza. Let me introduce you for a while. Dr. Al-Hamza An R, he is an assistant professor at Sharqiya University in Oman. He is specialized in strategic management and operations research. He earned his MSc with first class honors from Southern Technical University in 2013, followed by an MBA from University of Basra in 2016. Dr. An R completed his PhD at the Faculty of Management, University of Science, Malaysia in 2022. Additionally, he received a postdoctoral fellowship from School of Computer Science at University of Science Malaysia in Penang in 2024. Dr. Al-Hamza An R research interest in strategic management, business ethics, leadership, human resource management, organizational psychology, organizational sociology, and innovation. Really, it's very wide, very long list. Dr. An R has managed to publish till now over more than 94 research articles in journals indexed by Web of Science and Scopus, with the publications in high quality journals such as Technological Forecasting and Social Change. And that's in addition to this, he's an editor for various journals under Wiley, Publisher, and Science Direct and Springer. On top of that, he recently ranked among the top 2% of scientists based on Stanford University's 2024 metrics. So we would like to welcome you, Doctor, to the board, and we would like to thank you for accepting our invitation, and the floor is yours, please.
Many thanks, dear Doctor. I really appreciate you and appreciate your introduction. First of all, I would like to thank University of Technology and Applied Science, especially thanks to Dr. Qasim for this invitation to share my experience about bibliometrics analysis. So once again, many thanks, dear Doctor, and I really appreciate the invitation. Thank you so much.
You're most welcome.
Thank you, Doctor. And today I'm going to give a talk about the bibliometrics analysis and how to apply this type of the analysis and how we can use some of the software to conduct such analysis. Actually, our topic is a bibliometrics analysis and R tool for comprehensive science mapping analysis. And actually, I am going to talk about R Studio and also VOS viewers. But before I proceed with the softwares, I would like to explain what does it mean bibliometrics analysis and what is the mapping analysis. What are the main benefits of using such technique and what is the type of such research? Actually, the bibliometrics analysis is one of the type for the review papers. And before I proceed, so as Dr. Qasim, he just introduced me, and I was the based on the Stanford University. I rank from the 2% scientist and in 2024, and actually I have a index 39. and also in the Scopus 32, and I'm editor for the Human Behavioral Emerging Technologies, rank Q1 based on Clarivate and the Scopus. So as I mentioned just now, today, inshallah, I will give like some explanations about this technique, which is called bibliometrics analysis. And I'm going to explain what does it mean, this concept. And before I proceed to the software, I would like to just explain why we need the bibliometrics analysis and how to conduct such analysis and what are the main tools that we need to do this analysis. So actually, what is the bibliometrics analysis? So bibliometrics analysis is considered as a statistic tool, like let's say mathematical tool. So the main aim of this technique is to summarize, reorganize of the findings for the previous studies, and actually, in order to proceed, in order to let's say, keep up with the high stream of research. So we need such technique because this technique re-summarize, re-findings the result of the previous studies. And actually, because we have high publications recently, especially some of the researchers, they focusing on the empirical evidence. So to keep up with the evidence from the previous studies is considered as a complex issue. So in order to overcome on such an issue, many researchers have developed the software and have developed the tools. And one of the main tools that we have today is a consider R Studio tool. And this tool help us to conduct this analysis. So this analysis established in 2077, and actually sorry, like 1977. So it's a long story. Long time ago, some researchers, they define bibliometrics analysis and consider this tool is a quantitative analysis because we need the data, and after we apply this data we will have the result. Some of the researchers, they mention this analysis is a consider mathematical and statistic tools, and as I mentioned just now, is a considered quantitative method. And the main aim of this method is to give us the clear picture and the small picture about the high stream of research, because the main issue that we face recently, we have so many stream of research, and actually now we have AI. Now we have ChatGPT tools and other tools is considered as AI. Many researchers, they use these tools to write or to edit. So we have our publication increase and increase in so many areas. Like let's say in the business, in engineering, in the medical, in other aspects. So we have so many research, especially when you are going to, let's say, for example, you consider as innovation as your target. So how many papers we have linked with the innovation? So to keep up with these papers, it's a really complex issue because we have, let's say, more than 10,000 papers. How to read these papers? That's why we need this tool to summarize. Also, we have AI. Now we have some tools of the AI, but these tools is only summarize some papers. For example, you can just upload 10 papers, 20 papers, let's say even 50 papers, but you cannot upload more than 1,000 papers. So you cannot. The AI cannot give to you any result more than let's say 1,000 papers. So that's why we need these tools to summarize. And these tools, actually, many researchers, they use and they produce papers. And these papers have been published in high impact journals. For example, in if you have if you are interested to search in forecasting and social change, or let's say retailing, and maybe let's say in some of the engineering journals, let's say fuel and others journals. So any journal impact factor and that's high impact factor, you can see they start to publish such research. So the main the main benefits and why we need the bibliometrics analysis is to study research trend. is to estimate comprehensive secondary aspects and also identify different subjects. We can understand the corresponding authors, the countries that are interesting in the area, and also we understand some of the aspects. So we need this analysis to re-summarize, to organize the findings of the previous studies in order to keep up with them. And as you see in this slide, we have the first figure is considered as a word cloud, which is considered, we have so many keywords, and we can see the big keywords considered as the most keywords that received intention from the previous studies. Other keywords, which is considered small in the figure, you can see that these keywords receive a small intention from the previous studies. So in order to application the bibliometrics analysis, we will have so many results and we will have so many tools to apply this statistic methods. But actually the main things that we will have about the annual scientific production. We will have, let's say, annual citation production. We will have the most relevant sources. We will have the map, collaboration map, and we will have the productivity of institutions, and we will have the contributions of individuals and the contributions of authors from different aspects, from the different universities. So the outcome that we will have is a wide outcomes, and actually is based on the researcher, the author perspective, what he or she want to do, what he want or she want to cite it or used. So that's mean is belong to him or her. And actually I am going to show to you some of these results. Actually, we will have some of the result from the bibliometrics analysis, and later on I will show to you some of the result. Actually, we will have annual scientific production. Later I will show to you what does it mean. Main information about the data collection, word clouds, tree maps, and country scientific production, word dynamic relations, and we have factorial analysis. We will have a word map, and we will have co-occurrence and co-authorship. So we will have all these results. I don't want to go in details, just explanation to you, and just explain and give to you just literature or definition about this tool. I want to go practical actually. So that's why, and we will have limitation in the time. So just explain to you in a fast way in order to go to you and show to you in the practical way. So the main tools that we need actually, which is considered the most important tools. For first of all, we have to install R language, and you can see from this slide, the first link, you go and install the R language. And the second thing that you have to install is the R Studio. So R Studio, you need to Google, and then from the link, I just help you to cite this link, and you can go and have R Studio. After you install the R Studio and R language, the first thing that you have to do in the software, and just I will explain to you, in the Bibliometrix, you have to install also. And final things, some of the researchers actually, and recently, some of the authors have been used the tools in their empirical papers. For example, if you have listed of papers and you want to collect this listed of the papers in one file, some of the researchers suggest to you this software, which is considered Bibliometrix. So Bibliometrix is one software I show to you now, just copy and paste to the software to collect the data about the papers. And finally, you need two main codes. The two main codes that we have is a library and Biblioshiny. So these are the main two codes that we apply in our studio software. So from this slide, now we understand, and now we have the materials to go through application of the bibliometrics analysis. So first of all, just let me show to you. I think you can see my presentation. The things that you have to install is a, let's say, is a R language, and from this link you can see and you can download for your Windows. The second thing that you need is to install R Studio, and from this link you can go here and then you will find the download of the R Studio, and from here, if you have Mac or if you have Windows, so you can just download. And finally, you need this Bibliometrix, and this is like optional for you, is like just software to collect our data together. And actually, this is the software. This one, the software, is just to collect our papers together. If you would like to arrange your data, you can install. If you don't like, it's as you like. This is like just optional for you. But the R Studio and R language, you have to install them together. After that, after you install them and you have the R Studio and R language, you will have this software. So this software now you will have. Actually, the software cannot open if you don't install R language. So you have to use R language with the R Studio. So in order to proceed with the software, because today I am going to explain to you our tool for comprehensive science mapping analysis. And that's why I'm talking about the R Studio. We have so many software, you can use any of them. It's as you like, based on your perception, based on your options. But actually, we have this tool, and this tool have been established in 2017 from the researcher and suggested to use this tool to conduct bibliometrics analysis. The main codes that we need in this analysis, in this R Studio, these two codes, and maybe you can see them because the software is small, maybe you cannot see. So you can see them in here. You can see we have these two codes, and these two codes we use after we install the R language in R Studio, we use them together. So we just copy them and then paste them here. So you can see we have these two main codes. And actually, to proceed with the bibliometrics analysis, the second thing that you have to do, you come to package. You can see the package here, and then just press install. So from the install, you have to write. Sorry. So you have to write bibliometrics analysis. So this is the bibliometrics. So the first thing that you need to do, the second things that you need to do, sorry, is a bibliometrics analysis and then just install. I already done this stage. And maybe you have to need, and maybe you have to do this. So in order to proceed with your analysis, as I mentioned to you, just statistic analysis. So after you have these two codes, an R language and R Studio, you come to the package. This is the package and install. So from the install, you just write bibliometrics, and this is the word, and just press install. So after you finish from this preparation, so you can see now everything done, and now everything ready to proceed and to let's say to have this technique and to have this analysis. Okay, so after that, you need to press run 2 times, and then you will have the page and the website of the bibliometrics analysis. And just let me stop sharing and share again, because of course this is cannot see maybe. So you can see my screen, I believe that. So you can see here, after you press run 2 times, you can see here you have this page. So this page is from R Studio. Okay, so you can see here data. So the first thing that we need to proceed with our analysis, data, of course. So how to collect the data? Of course, most of the universities, they have access now. A lot of the universities, they like receive the access, and they like paid to like have the access to the Scopus or to the Web of Science, to others databases. And actually you can go and search to using by your institution email and account, so you come to the Scopus. So the first thing that you have to do is to open the Scopus and actually to collect the data, because I mentioned to you, when you would like to apply this analysis, we need to collect the data. So you can see here in the presentation, in the page of the R Studio that we just opened, we have to upload the data. So how to get the data? Of course, you can go to the Scopus or to the Web of Science, or this is the main databases. Actually, you cannot use other databases. We have to use either Scopus or let's say Web of Science. So you can have these main databases, and one of them is okay for you. So maybe you are interested to artificial intelligence and fintech. So maybe you,
We can
yes,
use AI ethics in higher education.
maybe we can. Why not? So we can let's say artificial. So artificial intelligence. Okay. And so you can just write here, because you are searching this method, and maybe ethics in education, maybe. So maybe you can use, or maybe we can just use artificial intelligence and ethics, maybe. So just search. You see here, I just mentioned to you, we have a high stream of research. In any topics today you are searching, you can see to keep up with these publications is really complex, is really difficult for us, as we are humans. We cannot read 10,000 papers. So it's like even you are PhD student, you cannot read such numbers. So it's a considered really complex issue. So what we have to do, the first thing that we have to do is identify all of these papers, and you can press on the export, because we need the data. So just press on the export. And usually we use CSV file. Some of the researchers, they use BibTeX, but I suggest to you to use the type of the file CSV, because CSV file can work using RStudio, using VOS viewers, using other techniques. I mean, many of the software that support to conduct bibliometrics analysis, they support this type of the file. So just advice to you, just advice, it's as you like. You can use only CSV, because you can do many analysis by using the same data in different softwares, because the softwares, most of them, they support this type of the file. So just press on the CSV, and you can see here the options. So the options that we have in terms of the citation, in terms of the information about the resources, in terms of about the abstract and keywords and finding details and other information. So what we have to do, we have to identify all of them. Why we identify all of them? Because we need different kind of the statistic methods. So we will have different outcome. That's why we identify all of them. If you would like to identify only abstract or let's say citation information, you will have limitations. Some of the figures you went and you will have error. So you can identify all of them in order to have many of the outcomes. So that's why I suggest to you to identify all of them. And actually you can see here the documents that we have from 1 to 9,000. So just export. And actually we have to just wait a little, and then we can see here all the data. It can come to us, and you can see the downloading process starting. And after that, after we will have this file, actually, we can use it in the R Studio tool. So what is the main benefit of this technique of, like, let's say, of this bibliometrics analysis? You can see now in this example, we have 10,000, around 10,000 papers linked with artificial intelligence and the ethics. And actually, how we can read these papers is really difficult. How we can identify the literature gap today. Like when you start your research, you have to start with the knowledge gap. So how you like proceed with the knowledge gap if you are searching about AI and ethics, and maybe even in higher education, but you have to go to cover all the things related with the ethics and the AI. So AI has a bright side and has a dark side. So the dark side is considered like in terms of the transparency, in terms of the trustworthiness, in terms of the other factors like law and other things. So all these aspects is linked with the ethics and the privacy and security and others. So if you are searching about this topic, you can see is a really difficult. We cannot keep up with these numbers of the publications. Like is a really difficult for us. So after that, after you will have the data now, and after you like upload all your data, so the like uploading stuff, and I'm interesting to see what are the results related with the AI and ethics. I already actually have the data with like AI and fintech and other aspects with the financial aspects. But as Dr. Qasim, he suggests, so I will follow his suggestion because you can see here is a interesting topic actually. The AI and ethics is considered one of the most like hotspot research. And you can understand that from the number of research now we have. We have 10,000 papers. That means this topic is really interesting. So some of the researchers actually they start to conduct this analysis, and actually I have one example for you, and this is the example is published in the safety science actually. So the safety science journal is considered Q1 journal and also high impact journal, and the type of the papers considered as a review. And by the way, you understand as you are academic and maybe you are student, so you can understand that the review papers will receive high citations because you summarize the previous literature. Like let's say you summarize more than 200 papers or 1,000 papers in like some pages. So that's why these papers, these type of the papers receive high citation. And you can see here we have this example, bibliometrics analysis of safety culture research. So what these researchers did, actually, they have done and conducted bibliometrics analysis on the safety culture. And they like just have the papers related with this topic and just using R Studio in VOS viewers, and they like have to produce this paper, and this paper is published like in this journal. So many researchers today they like target one topic, and they start to doing this technique. And actually this technique doesn't require from you to go to the lab to like have the fund or like let's say like buy the materials, and maybe if you're conducting the empirical papers you need the data and other things. So now the data that we have already uploaded, and actually now, after we upload the data, we can come to the R Studio. So from the data here, you can just you can just like click load data. So the load data here, the first thing that you have to select, I mean the data, load data, and from here you have to select import raw file. Okay, so import raw file, which is considered number one, option number one, because these options have the specific data. That's why our data consider raw file. So raw file. This Excel file, this CSV file, we exported from where? From the Web of Science or the Scopus or the Dimension or Lens or like Bibliometrix or like other libraries. So we took this file from the Scopus. So we have to select the Scopus. So the first thing that we have to do is to select data, load data, and then come to select import raw file. And after that, you have to select the databases is a Scopus because our data from the Scopus. And then just press here, and this is the data that we already have. So just we upload it, and then you have to press start. So you can see here our analysis will start, and actually if you can see here, we have no like options, but after we do this analysis, we will have different, we will have many options. So you can see that, and you can understand that we will have like this analysis, and actually we start to conduct this analysis. I'm sorry, because you can see here is still uploading because the data that we use have like a high number of research. So that's why we need just to be patient actually, because if you can see here, our data that we upload has more than 10,000 papers. And of course, the uploading is still, and you can see here is already uploaded. So just close this page. So, and then you can see here we have the options. I just mentioned to you before we upload the data, we doesn't have such options, but now we have these options. The first thing that we have is an overview. So overview here, just press an overview, and you can see main information. So the main information that we have, you can just press on the plus symbol, and you will have, let's say, the main information data. And the data you can have as a figure or as a table. So you can see here, when you press the table, you will have the information related with the table. And actually, after this information, like you can take and you can copy, you can use table, or you can use the figure. Actually, I would like to change the data because sorry, it's okay. So proceed, because the internet is slow here, so that's why the data sometimes is still loading. So you can see here the main information that we have the time span from like 975 until 2025, and the sources that we have is more than 4,000, and the documents we have 9,000 something, and we have also the annual growth rate, and we have the numbers of the authors. Yes. Okay. And we have the authors of single authors. So we have 2,000. And also we have other information with the
Dr. Al-Hamza?
Yes, do you hear me?
Yeah, now yes. Was disconnected for a while.
Yeah, sorry.
Please go ahead.
So you can see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So you can see here, this is a first figure linked with the main information. You can take the figure, or you can really on the table. So you can see here, this document actually is considered as a first document. Some of the researchers, they used this figure in order to explain their main informations, and some of them, they use this table. How to use this table? Maybe just press copy, and then you have like, let's say, Excel sheet, or maybe you have this file. Okay, maybe you can see here and just press like, or maybe we can have, sorry, we can have Excel file, and from the Excel file, so you can see the Excel file, right, Victor? Okay. So you can see the Excel file that we have.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, now it stopped.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
So you can see the Excel file that I have. You just press like copy. So copy paste, and you just press paste. So you can see here we have, this is the consider as a first table, and a bibliometrix analysis, and you can see in the presentation you can use either the table or the figure. So you have to explain the main information about the, let's say, the data, how many data you have, the times, the years that you have, and the references, the documents, and also the main documents, the keywords. And in addition, also, you have to understand the documents type. We have article, we have book chapters, and we have conference paper, conference review, editorial, and we have letters and others types of the papers. So you can see and you can understand from this main information, we have so many things. Also, you can use annual scientific production. So annual scientific production actually is show to you the production per year. You can understand because we have from 1975, that's the production start till 2025. And you can see and understand AI starting from 2021. And the publication in these years become high. So the publication from the previous years is still like 1, 2, or even 0. And is start from like 5 years ago. And actually, you can have this figure. And how you can have this figure? You can just press export. So here you can press export, and you can see here you will have this figure, and you can see in the screen this figure. You already have it, and maybe you can just copy or save or like insert in your document, so as you like. And you have to explain why the publication start increased in 2023 and 2024, and why the AI become interesting from 2021, why the previous years have no focusing on the AI and ethics, because our topic is AI and ethics. So why our like publications increased recently? When you have, when you have this figure, or when you have the table, maybe you can use this table. You can see here. Actually, the table that you have show 10 rows. Maybe you can show 25, 50, or show all. It depends on you, as you like. So you can show like this, or maybe you can show like, maybe you can show all. So you will have this figure, and later on you can like see the publications per year. And actually 2024 increased, and 2023 increased, and 25 also increased. We still in the the first quarter of the 25, and we will see the publication is more than the year of 22. So you can see here, and you can take this figure, the table, sorry, copy, and or maybe CSV, so you have the table, or let's say you can just upload this figure and you explain. So just to your information, and I would like to give you one advice. When you have this technique and when you apply this technique, the things is not to just copy paste the figures or tables and you say, oh, this figure explain annual scientific production, and we have, let's say, the years from 1975 till 2025. So You cannot say like that. You have to give the directions for the researcher. As we are academic researchers, we have to understand why the numbers of the publication increase, why the numbers of the publication decrease, or like let's say you need to give us some highlighted points. And maybe if you face any difficulty to explain any figure, you can ask the AI, will help you, but is a not guarantee you can use the captions from the AI. No, you just like see how the AI explained this figure, and you can like build the idea, and after that you will have the idea. You can write and explain and give the justification, give the insight about this figure. So others sources, others, let's say others figures that we have, I'm sorry, because we have limited time, so I'm not going to explain all the figures and the outcome. I will explain the most important figure. And if you have any question in your mind, so we have this technique now, we have so many outcomes. Which outcomes we have to select? Actually, this is based on your selection. We don't have any, let's say, any rule or any policy to select some figures. It's based on your selections. But of course, the main information and the animal scientific production and some other figures, I'm going to explain to you the most important figures. The literature always they use these figures. So that's why you can use some of the outcome, and this is really on your options. So let's say, is a consider optional. After that, you can have, for example, here from the sources. So from the sources,
Sorry to interrupt you, Doctor. You know, the time now we have remaining 15 minutes. So if we can, yeah, I mean, just go through the key and the most important.
Okay.
Please.
Okay, no
I know all of it is important and it needs time. Just if we can just, because we have 15 minutes, then after we need to start taking, I mean, Q&A session.
Okay, so how many minutes I have?
15.
Okay, so okay, the 15 is okay. Okay, thank you, Victor.
Welcome.
Okay, so the sources, which is considered the next options, we have most relevant sources. We can just press here, and you can see here the most relevant sources mean the journals that publish this topic. The first journal, lecture notes in computer science. This is series one. Series is publish only the conference papers, and that's why we have the high papers, because this is serious specialization in AI. So that's we can see the publication in AI analytics is high because it's considered as a computer science area. It's computer science is fifth, that's why. And the following by AI and Society, which is famous journal, and PMG Open Journal, and following by Workshop Proceeding and others, Nature and others journals. So you can either export this figure, or you can like use the table here. And as you can see, the bibliometrics analysis R study show to you only 10 row. So you can show like let's say others row, and then you can proceed. So other things that we have authors. So in authors, you can see here we have so many options, but the most famous options that we have, most relevant authors. What does it mean? We have the famous authors that their area is AI and ethics. What is the benefit? The benefit, we can do collaboration between them. We can send email to them. We can ask them. We can go to their Google Scholar, and we can go to their website. We can search. We can know. We can understand the trend topics. What is the trend topics now? And we can understand what are the main like interesting area, because today we cannot like just think and go to conduct our research. We need to write, to like let's say read, and after we read, so when we read, or where we read, sorry, so we can see here we have these famous authors. We can go to them and see what are their contributions, and we can understand, and we can like let's say explain this figure and talk about this figure and give some of the highlights to the researchers. And actually we have the affiliations, most relevant affiliations. You can see here the University of Oxford, University of College London, University of Munich, University of Toronto, Stanford University, and Monash University, and National University of Singapore, and we have University of California and Harvard Medical School, and Stanford University School of Medicine. So you can here see we have so many universities. What is the main benefits of these universities? Why you have to explain these universities? First thing that you have to understand, when you would like to apply any grant or any proposal or any suggestion, you need to see the interesting area of the university. Interesting area of this university. When you want to apply, when you want to submit your paper, you have to search about the editor, and you can see, you read, this editor is interesting now about this topic or not. Why we have to submit to this journal, or we have to select this journal or not other. So you can understand that. And from this, you can see actually, in fact, and you can understand that. Okay, so this is the other outcome that we have. Other outcomes that we have corresponding other countries. So from this, we can understand the contributions of the countries. So the contributions of the countries, actually, we can have the figures, we can have the table. You can see each country and the number of the publications for each one. And from that, we can understand, and we can, let's say, give the highlighted, give the insight, give the, let's say, some of the justifications in other things. So you can have the table, or you can have the figure, and actually, because of the internet issues, sorry, the figure is still uploading, because, well, we have more than 10,000 papers, and that's why we still upload it, and the time is limited. So you can understand that, and actually you can see the country's production, and actually we just need to wait to have this figure. And after that, after we explain corresponding authors' countries, we have the documents, and the documents, the main things that we have: tree map, word cloud, most frequency words, and we have words frequency over times, and other outcomes. So the things that we have is a word cloud. Now, actually, the word clouds, you can just have this type of the figure, and you can understand from this figure, as I presented to you in my presentations and show to you previously. We have this figure show to you the numbers of the keywords, and the numbers of the keywords that we have, actually, we can see the big keywords is considered as a received as a high intentions from the previous studies, and the rest will receive the less intentions from the previous studies, and that's why we can understand and we can identify that, and you can use the table, and you can use the figure. I'm sorry, because the data that we use actually is let's say, is a high data, so that's why we can we cannot have the outcome. But I would like to change the data just to show to you, and actually just to explain to you the outcome that we have, so you can understand that, and you can see from the presentation we have so many outcome, and from the outcome that we have, we can have this outcome. So just let me explain to you, sorry. I would like to just go to you to open the new data, actually, because just would like to show to you the outcome, and because of the internet issue, actually, I'm sorry. So that's why we still uploading the outcome. So after that, actually, after we have the outcome, so we can understand, and we can have so many outcomes, and these outcomes that we have in terms of the publications, in terms of the years, in terms of the keywords, in terms of the others aspects. So we have so many, let's say we have so many outcomes, and the outcomes that we have, maybe we'll show to you in this example, actually. So just let me show to you an example, and you can understand that actually. You can see here in the presentation, we have like, let's say, these figures, which are considered factorial analysis, or let's say collaboration map between the countries. And we have so many outcomes. So the outcome that we have from the R Studio is really on you, is really on your options. And this is the R Studio tool. The second tools that we have actually, I'm going to explain to you also the second tool in the past way, actually, which is considered VOS viewers. So VOS viewer, actually, you can understand, and you can, like, let's say, go to the Google maybe, and actually from the Google maybe you can, let's say, just write VOS viewer. So VOS viewer, consider the second tool, this one, the VOS viewer. Just press on it, and actually you can download. It's open source, and you can like use, and you can actually download from the website, and you can like just, let's say, download. So you can just download and use this one, the download VOS viewer. And after that, you will have this software, which is simple software actually. So the software actually, the first thing that you have to upload the data. As I mentioned to you, the first thing that we need data. And the data is the same story. When you go to the Scopus and write the query, the keywords that you are searching, and after that you will have CSV file. So the CSV file, you can click on the create. So create, and the first thing that you need to click, create a map based on bibliographic data, because our data, our analysis is the bibliometrics. So I mean the bibliographics is based on the references, not about the data, not based on network data, not about based on text data. So our data is based on the bibliographic. So next, and after that, we have also three options. The data that we have, from where? Of course, from the Scopus. So the second option, you can see here, we have these options. I mean, we have so many libraries, but the library, the main library that we use today is the Scopus. So that's why I click on the option number 2 and next. And after that, you can see Scopus, Web of Science, Dimensions, and Links, and others. So you have to select Scopus and press here, and you can select your data. So this is our data. And next, so what you want? You want co-authorships, co-occurrence, citations, like co-citations, author keywords, or what? So maybe I'm focusing on the co-occurrence. Co-occurrence means the keywords, the networks of the keywords, the link of the topics together. And we can press on the next. So after that, next, and also next, and finished. So you can have this figure, and you can see from this figure the link between the topics. We have blockchain, we have fintech, we have artificial intelligence, and we have the financial markets, and so many analytics issues, and so many keywords, the topics that search, the topics that researcher conducting together. And after that, you will have so many options. So maybe you can have this option. You can also, you can change maybe to this option. You can see here we have three options, and you can select one of these options. How we can like copy this figure, and how we can export this figure. You can see here we have screenshot. So from the screenshot, save. So save, and you can like select any partition in your laptop or in your PC. So you can just name, or maybe like co-occurrence. So occurrence, and you can have here, and you can just save. So you will have this figure, and you can change in the options. You can see here, you can change the size. You can like have this type of the figures, or like this, or maybe you can like make it big, or let's say you can Here also change the lines and other options. So all these options is considered as a formatting, and you can use this software is considered as a VOS viewers, and sometimes you can see in the papers. So once again, we back to our example. Here, this example we have about the safety culture. The first thing that the researcher they write is the abstract. And the second thing that the researcher they write introduction, and they explain about the bibliometrics analysis and this topic and why we need to conduct such analysis for this topic. And after that, they have data and methods. So the data and methods, I mean the methodology, from where we have this data, why we focusing on the stores, why we use the keywords, these keywords, and like we explain the details and we give the justification for each options. And after that, you have result and discussion. So the result and discussion, you have like, let's say, the production per year and the citation, the most relevant sources and the countries. And also you can see here we have this figure, which is considered as an author cooperation, or like, let's say, like same story with the co-equivalence. These researchers, they use RStudio and the VOS viewers together. So this figure from the VOS viewer. And after that, you can see they have like a journal and number of the publications and even the impact factors. The countries that produce this topic, and also the other countries with the based on VOS viewers. And after that, some of the results related with the researchers and years and others, like figures related with the keywords, as you can see here in the presentation and in this paper actually. And they finished their paper with the conclusion. So they have four main sections: abstract, introduction, methodology, result, conclusion. And you can see this paper published already in high impact journal, which is safety culture. So I mean the safety science. So this is the consider as their contribution. And actually, the main paper that developed the RStudio with the VOS viewer, and they're focusing on the RStudio actually, this one, which are considered Bibliometrix An R tool for comprehensive size mapping analysis. You can refer to this paper and you can read this paper. You can see also all the outcome that explain, and you can take from the outcome, you can understand the outcomes that he or they explain together, these researchers, and give the highlighted about the sum of the outcomes. And actually, that's all that I have today. I'm sorry for I'm being fast, but actually we don't have time and I'm respecting the time. So many thanks for all of you for the listening and also for your attendance. And once again, thank you for Dr. Qasim and for the Technology and Applied Science University for this invitation. Many thanks for all of you. And actually, if you have any question, don't hesitate to ask. And thank you so much.
Okay, appreciated, Doctor. Thank you very much for your very interesting, and really we would love to have more time to be spent. But as you know, the academia usually are, priorities things are jumping up. So thank you again for your accepting the invitation and for delivering such a very interesting topic. So here I have in the Q&A, there is one question from that: what are the objectives of such paper, bibliometric paper? And she is saying, or he is saying, any research gap required before writing such paper?
Dr. Your voice is breaking up. Can you repeat your question?
Yeah, there is one question. What are the objective of bibliometrics paper? And
Okay.
do they have to have, a research gap required before writing such paper?
Okay. Thank you for this interesting question, actually. Of course, the main aim of the bibliometrics analysis is to refine, reorganize, re-summarize the findings of the previous studies. I mean, summarize the big picture of the literature in the small picture in order to give highlighted, in order to give the directions for the researcher for ongoing research and the future research. And we have like potential gaps that we can solve or address in the future. And this is the main aim of the bibliometrics analysis. And of course, if we are consider the literature gap, actually, there is no gap for the review papers. Just this is the must thing that we have to understand. If you want to conduct systematic literature review or meta-analysis or review or mini review or short communication or bibliometrics paper, all these types of the any gap, because the review paper doesn't have gap. Why doesn't have gap? We cannot like address the empirical issue. We don't have any empirical issue. It's just like previous studies, we summarize that. But why the journals, they like to publish these papers? Because as I mentioned to you, we are as a researchers, most of us, we don't have access to the Scopus or to the Web of Science. So when we have the papers summarized for us, 200 papers, we like save our time. We don't waste our time for reading these 100 papers. Like we only have one paper to read. So that's why this is the main things. The main aim of this technique or these papers is to summarize, is to reorganize the findings of the previous studies to keep or to save our times and efforts.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Is there any other question? Do we have any question? So there is, yes, there's a request from Yusuf. Mr. Yusuf, please go ahead, unmute yourself.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum
Dr. Hamza, first, thank you so much. I really appreciated the information you
so
provide
much.
with us.
Thank you,
So
thank you.
my question is about the meta-analysis and systematic review compared to bibliometric one. So which one do you think is more in-depth analysis? Because from my perspective, when I see this, like the R studio and the R2, I see it's more like a general information is provided with the bibliometric one compared to meta-analysis and systematic review. From your perspective, one is more better to conduct? This one, the bibliometric one, or the meta-analysis and this one?
Okay.
That's my question. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your question, which is really interesting. Actually, each one has a approach to like go through and to summarize for us or like conduct the research. But the main critical thing, the main limitation for conducting bibliometrics analysis, which is considered the point that just you highlighted. Let me like re-summarize your talk. The critical thing for the bibliometrics analysis is reliability and validity. So why reliability and validity? As you mentioned just now, when you're conducting the bibliometrics analysis, you have the data and the data from different aspects. For example, now we are getting the data from artificial intelligence and ethics. So imagine we are only focusing on the medicals, but of course we will have the papers from education, from business, from, let's say, engineering, from other aspects, from other disciplines. Why? Because the data that we export is based on algorithm. This algorithm is searching for us. Any paper have these keywords. Maybe it had in the references section, or maybe in the discussion section, or in title, or abstract, or keywords. But doesn't matter this paper from where, from which discipline. So that's why the reliability and validity for this technique is considered one critical issue. And of course, when you're conducting this type of the papers, the main question from the reviewers or editor, how you solve this issue. So that's why we have another approach. Some of the researchers, they prefer to conducting systematic literature review, and some they conducting meta-analysis. Which one is the better? Actually doesn't have any evidence consider systematic is better than bibliometrics or bibliometrics better than meta-analysis. But in overall, all these have a, let's say, issues. For example, when you are conducting systematic literature reviews, the main issue that you have is because based on your perception, based on your selection, I mean, when you conduct a systematic literature review, you develop the query. The query is based on the keywords. Who say these keywords is correct? So you're also searching for 5 databases or 4 or 3 databases: Scopus, Clarivate, and IEEE. Who say these databases is will get to you all the documents? You can see. So that's why all have the limitation, all have advantage, disadvantage. If you are solving the advantage and disadvantage, so your paper will be better. Either if you are conducting bibliometrics analysis will be better systematic. But what is the benefit of you conducting systematic, but you didn't or you don't address the limitations of the systematic literature review in terms of the selection, screening, in terms of the final set of your data. So I hope you understand my points, and many thanks for you.
Yes, thank you, doctor, and thank you, Dr. Yusuf, for your really a question, which is usually, many of us are asking the same question. So it looks like on behalf of all of us, he has asked. Thank you, Dr. Yusuf, for your question. And so, is there any other question? Because we are almost ending up. Okay, is there any question? No. So I would again, I would remind you to fill the feedback form which we have shared through the chat box, and please fill it. And again, I would like to thank Dr. Al-Hamza for his very, very useful and interesting and informative presentations. And thank you also, would like to thank the attendees for their patience. And it's a good chance. And the recording will be shared soon with all of you. So please make sure you are filling the registration form and the feedback form. Thank you again, and we'll be in touch.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Doctor. Many thanks for
You're
you.
most
Thank
welcome.
you. Thank you.
You're most
Salam
welcome. All the best. Thank you.
Hello, doctor. Hello.
Yes, Dr. Tripti.
Yeah, doctor is showing that chat is not available. In channel meetings, only members of the team have access to that chat, to the chat.
Okay.
So I think none of us received this feedback form.
I hope you have tell me this before.
No, actually, I was searching. Maybe I thought maybe, but I registered.
Yeah,
Not today. Maybe 3 days back I registered. Today once again I registered to make sure. But I
because
think last week itself I
it is
registered.
open from the setting. It's open for all.
Can you
I
share with me
I
like on
will
the Teams or maybe through the email? I mean, to every one of us, maybe they're also facing the same problem.
as a different. No. So are you able to see the Q&A session? I will
Yes, I
share it
can see the
through.
Q&A. Yes,
Fine.
Q&A I can.
So I will send now. We'll try just a second. Okay, I will open it as a discussion, then I will share it.
Yeah.
Are you just confirm? Are you able to see?
Yep. Yes.
Yeah, please.
The
And the
link is
registration link.
yeah,
Yeah,
this
that's
is
for the
I already
feedback.
registered. This is for the feedback. Yes,
Yeah.
it's open. Okay. Thank you so
Okay,
much,
thank you.
Dr. Qasim.
You're
Thank you.
most welcome. Okay, welcome.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye.
أحمد محمد عبد